Hey there, Darkstar here. I noted that I believe charter missions are back, at least some of them were. I see some VIPs here. So thought we would give it a shot. Might take that signage down later, but I'll leave it up for right now so I remember what I'm doing. Views 21. How do I have views 21 already? I'm offline. I don't even think I've started yet. Oh, it says offline. That's because it's the wrong thing. That's better. 0 views. That's what I would have expected. Excellent quality. All looks good. So, let's try it out. I unfortunately suspect that in general career mode is not much fixed, but we'll see. Let's see, should we do employee mode or... Oh, look at here. The filters will be nice once this goes live. And it is really depressing that those are the only places that there are such charter missions. Like, why? Like, I get having maybe fewer in other areas, but really nowhere else? Let's try a short one. Yes, a Vision Jet. Perfect. I say it's perfect, and I have no idea where we're going from or to. Runway 8 is barely long enough. Runway 7. Yeah, that's good. Now, one question is, does it have lights? Oh, dearie, dearie, dearie. Let's see. Gonna go over to our little database thing here. So what I do is I have, well, actually, let's try little nav map itself first, although I hit the database. I'm a programmer by trade, so I figured out the schemas on these things and I do that. But we will try this first. Let's try boot EDKZ. EDKZ. Show information. I actually don't know if this shows what I want. Wow, it's got weather. Longest runway. What I don't see is, does it have lights? Wind prefers runway 7. And if we want airport, runways, comm, procedures, nearest weather. Okay, so let me try it the other way, and I want to see what I get here. EDKZ. Share what I'm doing here. The font's probably pretty small. Sorry. Oh, look, we can make it bigger. Okay. Too many selects. Boil the broth. Here we go. Okay. So I just added some things on the front here that make it a little easier to read that I use for some other cases. And unfortunately, this font is still pretty small, even though this one got bigger. So unfortunately, this doesn't have the information I actually wanted. The font. There we go. Nope. Num runway light is what I was looking for. Just bring it onto the front. So no lights. So if it's dark, it's going to be hard to find this airport. But anyway, that's a thing you can do. In the simple case, you could just look up on the airport table for the ident you're looking for, and then just scan across all the different data columns and see what they are. You can also browse. So like if you go to airport, you can say browse table, and then you can enter a filter here. Just enter your airport ID here, like that, and then you can scroll across there. That way you don't have to come up with the select statement even. But you need a DB browser for that and a little nav map installed, and you go into its settings. I kind of wish it would expose some of those things here as well. And I don't know, maybe it does. I don't know this all that well, so. And you can certainly see a lot about it. You see the surrounding map area and everything. I do like little nav map. It's a pretty cool app, and it connects into 2020 or 2024 and will record all of your flights and everything. Like I think if we go look around here, it should have some tracks. Like here's a track, right? Like here's a flight. Oh, where'd it go? Here. I'm not sure why it's disappearing when I zoom in. But, yeah, neat little tool. But what I mostly wanted to know is, did this have lights? And I really wish they would indicate on here in the EFB if it had lights or not. Like, I know they have it. They have the information, because I'm pretty sure a little nav map pulls it from there. Anyway. This is saying 25 is preferred, but everything else is saying 7. That's kind of odd. We're going to go for it. And we'll just accept mission. Testing. All right. Alright, Discord is live if anybody wanted to join and chat. We're gonna trust their fuel. Although I think they should go more of a, you spawn into the FBO and then like it goes through a little process where you get ready for the flight rather than this thing. Like this doesn't add anything. All right, I've got head tracking on. All right, let's remove. You have to get so close on some of these planes, and some of them you can click it from across the airport. And another thing I wish that they would standardize is don't automatically get in or out when you open the door. Let me open the door, and then click to enter. I love that on this one, like that. More people need to do that. Oh, there we go. All right, let's request some boarding.
To all passengers, boarding is now authorized. On behalf of our captain, welcome aboard.
Roger that, Captain. They're on their way. Have a good flight.
Did that person have two faces? I'm gonna have to watch this.
Ladies and gents, be welcome.
Nice to meet you, Captain.
Oh, their translations
I'm expecting
are
a bunch of
terrible.
calls during flight. I'll try to keep them quiet, but I might be on the phone a lot, just so you know.
Alright, so probably should have taken these off first. Oh, come on. There we go. Alright, I'm just gonna fake it. We're gonna get the strobe on, which I believe functions as the beacon. We hear the fuel pumps come online. Why is it so
Just
down?
wanted to drop by and say hello before you leave for Maynard's agent. Mr. Quachi will join you on board soon. He's close to one of our top clients who booked the flight for him. Well, it's about time. Provide him with the finest service. I know I can count on you. Have a nice trip.
Okay. Let's get one notch of flaps in. I don't think I've ever dimmed this much.
Lima Foxtrot Sierra Juliet traffic. Dark Star Foxtrot Charlie Whiskey 5310 is taxiing to runway 08. Lima Foxtrot Sierra Juliet traffic.
Why is it? Oh, because of that. Okay. There we go. Perfect. Alright, initial fuel sync confirm. Aircraft loading. We have a pilot, and I'm actually pretty light. And I've lost a lot of weight for medical reasons. I'll assume they weigh a little more. We got what? 1, 2. Just 2 people in the back. We got one on the right. And we got one in the baggage, I guess. I don't know. That put us, that puts us great. All right. So it looks like we're gonna have a visual on 7. Load that, be ready for it. We can always change it very easily. What is our, hope we didn't screw this up. What's our cruise altitude set to? Not going very far. Hope that works. We could actually, let's go VFR and set this to 170 and try that. We'll see what happens. It may be too late. A little bit. Okay. We'll check that one. Our takeoff distance is 1685. 1685. If I let the brakes go. I was using the wrong brake system. Well, there the brakes are off. Not sure what's going on there. Come on. Weird. Just get so stiff sometimes. I guess we're just gonna have to drive through everybody. Angry birds. Welcome, passengers.
Dear passengers, I'm pleased to be your pilot today and to welcome you aboard this first-class wings flight to Maynard's Agent. Estimated flight time is 25 minutes. We're on time for departure and we're about to receive clearance for takeoff. I'll keep you updated with any important information throughout the flight. Thank you. Lima Foxtrot Sierra Juliet traffic, Dark Star Foxtrot Charlie Whiskey 5310, taking off runway 08, straight out departure, Lima Foxtrot Sierra Juliet traffic. To all passengers, on behalf of my company, I would like to thank you for flying with us today on this flight to Maynard's Agent. We are prepared for takeoff, so please ensure your seatbelts are correctly fastened and your electronic devices are turned off or in airplane mode. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the flight. Thank you.
Is the EFB that we're using in airplane mode? I don't think so. I am absolutely certain that one passenger's phone won't matter. But it could be that 300 people's phones all straining and at max power trying to get signal. Because you're inside an almost Faraday cage. That could potentially cause a problem. I really need to make my rudder have finer control. Alright, gear up. Uh-oh, and we're crashing. Yep. God dang it. Well, this may not be a very fun beta. I did some flights earlier. I didn't have any trouble. I was testing out some frame rate. changes. There's that new frame limiter property. So I was trying that out. That was working okay. So there, Microsoft. Hey, people of Earth. It's a very good show. Okay, let's try this again. All right, filter, specialization, filter private for starters. And then we want Vision Jet. Oh, there it is, Cirrus Vision Jet. Still some daylight over here. Ooh, how long is that one? I like it. If they would just add runway links and whether or not it's lit, that would be nice. Let's just double check. Runway 9. Holy moly, okay. Both are recommended. Nice. And that's long enough. Sweet. Although with a little effort you can get it down on a shorter runway if you're careful. To skip to takeoff.
Sir, boarding is now permitted. Welcome aboard.
Noted, Captain. They're on their way. Have a good flight.
Wonder if it's going to be all dim again, or if that was a one-time setting. Sometimes it remembers, sometimes it doesn't.
Be welcome, sir.
Nice to meet you, Captain. They mentioned at the gate that the network would be available throughout the flight. I need it for some important calls, Captain, so please make sure not to cut off my connection without notifying me.
Now see, it wants me to request IFR clearance this time, because I didn't change this. Let's try.
Hi, team. Ready to leave for Los Chaux-de-Fonds? I see you're already getting everything prepped for our passenger, Mr. Bowden. We expect all of you to provide him with the best of service. I know I can count on you. Have a nice flight.
How many people we got? 2 in left and right seat, right? Required takeoff distance 1701. But it has it here. I don't know why it doesn't have it here. And like maybe an option to say, do I need the 50-foot clearance version or not or something? And then let you, I mean, you could always override it. It also doesn't seem to do anything with it that I can tell. All right, we'll get pitot heat on here in a minute. And, okay.
Grenoble ground, Dark Star, Foxtrot Charlie Whiskey 8, 110, ready to copy IFR clearance to Les Eplatures.
Dark Star, Foxtrot Charlie Whiskey 8, 110 is cleared to Les Eplatures Airport via the Bellow 8 Echo departure. Expect runway 9 right, maintain 17,000 feet. Departure frequency is 124.5, squawk tree 76 tree.
And it's already broken. And they still haven't fixed this. Nice. So why can't I request taxi clearance? Like, how do they just break stuff and leave it broken for so long? Can't do it. So that's broken.
Grenoble Tower, Dark Star, Foxtrot Charlie Whiskey 8, 110, ready for IFR departure, runway 9 right.
What in the heck?
Dark Star, Foxtrot Charlie Whiskey 8, 110, QNH 1015. Cleared for takeoff, runway 9 right.
Cleared for takeoff, runway 9 right. Dark Star, Foxtrot Charlie Whiskey 8, 110. Good morning, sir. This is your captain speaking. On behalf of First Class Wings, I would like to welcome you on board flight FCW80-110 bound for Los Chaux-de-Fonds. Estimated flight time to Los Chaux-de-Fonds is 23 minutes. To prepare for takeoff, please ensure your seat belt is fastened tightly, your seat is in the upright position, and your tray table is securely stored. Thank you, and get ready for a wonderful flight.
How do you know it's going to be wonderful? I can't. I probably should have zoomed in a little further. I can't tell if I'm heading. Yeah, I'm heading for the runway, not the taxiway. Looked like it was heading for the taxiway first, but no. really slow. They need to accelerate it. Holy moly. Okay. I do not take any responsibility for that whatsoever. Okay. I don't remember what our squawk code was. 3763. I really need some rudder pedals. Back to dialing up the altitude, 9,000 turns. Alright, and we are almost there. Probably shouldn't have, but we've already got PO heat on. I think it turned it on when we skipped. Not my fault. My goodness, how long is this thing? I feel like my alignment is wrong in this airplane. I just shift the camera over a little? Yes, I can. I don't think this plane would really be worth it for like $4 million compared to other things you might get for $4 million. But it's a heck of a little plane. It is so much fun. And it's so easy to fly and everything. Like so much is automated. Just hit the start button. Oh, we're already clear for takeoff. Oh, looks like we can get some weather. Nice. I do like flying in weather. Our OAT is 12 degrees, so if we hit any precipitation, we should get our anti-ice off. I think they call it de-icing, but I think from my understanding it's more anti-icing. Like you really want it on before you have icing conditions. Alright, let's see if we crash again. Takeoff mode. For 85, rotate. Not quite so much pitch. Flaps up. way off the runway. Letting it get away from us there.
Darkstar Foxtrot Charlie Whiskey 8, 110 contact Marseille Center on 124.5. Good day.
124.5 for Darkstar Foxtrot Charlie Whiskey 8, 110.
Get our auto throttle on, heading.
Marseille Center, Darkstar Foxtrot Charlie Whiskey 8, 110 is passing 3,000 feet, climbing 17,000 feet.
Darkstar Foxtrot Charlie Whiskey 8, 110. Marseille Center, QNH 1015. Radar contact. Continued at LS 901.
Alright, we go nav.
Darkstar Foxtrot Charlie Whiskey 8, 110. Keep speed not above 210 knots.
Keep speed not above 210 knots. Darkstar Foxtrot Charlie Whiskey 8, 110.
If we need to, we'll go manual. Right now and climb, it should stay 165. We're climbing up pretty far, so. We do have an altitude restriction here. We're climbing, we're gonna go standard barometer.
Yeah, I'm on my way. Everything's set up there, so it should go pretty quickly. I give you a call. Can you text me the driver's number? I haven't gotten it. Thanks, appreciate it.
Whoops. Can't touch that. Nah, 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 nah. I had 2 whole viewers and they left. It's so sad. Maybe we should leave that on. We're about to fly through a cloud here. Climb. We are on track. Climbing to 17,000. Looks like we're gonna go right through this little hole in the clouds. Kinda wish the ice lights were over here. Like, have a nice flow. It should just be turn on, turn off. And in little groupings of where maybe you need to do something between. Like, these all make sense, but to me, it should probably be bat 1, bat 2 stroke. Well, it kind of makes sense to have the lights on. And I don't know if you turn the generators on first, but you could go bat 2, bat 1, gen 2 strobe, right? And I think you're supposed to get oxygen on early as well. Probably didn't check some other things either. We got 64.5 hours. Convenience lights. Nice. I never even saw that before. Probably go through our checklist, but I think we got everything. I should get ice back on. Yes, I should. I'm getting ice. Okay, now, well, leave it on for a minute just to finish de-icing because I did have some icing. I wish you could see the fluid. Go. RNAV 5 approach. Okay, so what does it say to do? Okay, this is having me go all the way to Palu. I don't think I want to do that. I don't know if this did it, but nope. This has an arrival procedure. Alright, we're just about top of climb. We may have violated some restriction. I don't know. I'm not sure where it was. We probably should have looked at the charts and stuff. This doesn't, well, this has a departure procedure. This doesn't. This doesn't have it in there. Like, how weird is that? Any restrictions here.
Sir, glad to be your captain today. First, I'd like to welcome you on behalf of First Class Wings on Flight FCW 8110. We are currently cruising at an altitude of 15,300 feet and an airspeed of 200 knots. It's 1:11 p.m. and are expecting to land in La Chaux-de-Fonds approximately at 4:10 p.m. local time. Current temperature of 43 degrees Fahrenheit. If the weather cooperates, we should get a great view of the area as we descend. I'll update you before we reach our destination. Until then, sit back, relax, and enjoy the rest of the flight.
Alright, we have a top of descent in 16 minutes. Will be a very short flight. So what I was doing there is you can, if you right click this or whatever, depending on what you have, whatever you do to right click a knob, then this will be your mouse and you can still zoom in and out. So you can scroll around on your map and look at other parts of the flight plan. I don't know what this is going to do, to be honest. It's a little hard looking at this. It doesn't look like it's going to go all the way down there. I guess it will though. I think that's the one, right? I wish from here there was a show on map. Like, move it up there. So we may go way out to here, overfly the airport, loop back, come back, and on final. I don't know. Let's try and go look at some charts. Okay, it's the Sapper 1 Romeo. No charts. We have backup charts.
Good afternoon, this is Romaine. Long time no see. Doing okay? I'll be soon in La Chaux de Fonds. Yes. And lunch tomorrow, you in? Absolutely. Looking forward to catching up. Yes. See ya.
Normally there's a way to like import your current flight plan. I don't know why it's not giving me that option right now.
Darkstar Foxtrot Charlie Whiskey 8110, contact Marseille Center on 120.85. Good day.
Going to 120.85. Darkstar Foxtrot Charlie Whiskey 8110.
There goes.
Marseille Center, Darkstar Foxtrot Charlie Whiskey 8110, 17,000 feet.
Darkstar Foxtrot Charlie Whiskey 8110. Marseille Center, QNH 1014, radar contact. Continue to Papa, Alpha Sierra.
Why is it not importing my current flight? That's generally worked before. I don't really want to import from file. I could save it as a file. I guess we could just go to airports.
Darkstar Foxtrot Charlie Whiskey 8110, contact Switzerland Center on 126.35. Good day.
126.35 for Darkstar Foxtrot Charlie Whiskey 8110. Switzerland Center, Dark
6.35.
Star Foxtrot Charlie Whiskey 8, 110, 17,000 feet.
Dark Star Foxtrot Charlie Whiskey 8, 110, Switzerland Center, QNH 1014, radar contact. Continue to GVA.
Continue to GVA. Yeah, I hate these approaches where you fly over, go, fly out, turn around, come back, turn around. It's like, ugh. Non-standard approach angle. Final approach, offset 4 degrees right of intercepting the RCL 0.32 nautical miles before threshold.
Dark Star Foxtrot Charlie Whiskey 8, 110. Maintain present heading and altitude expect RNAV runway 2 tree approach via Palo transition. Clear to Palo.
Okay, they switched runways
Maintain
on us.
present heading and altitude expect RNAV runway 2 tree approach via Palo transition. Clear to Palo. Dark Star Foxtrot Charlie Whiskey 8, 110.
Dark Star Foxtrot Charlie Whiskey 8, 110. Contact Marseille Center on 120.85. Good day.
120.85. Dark Star Foxtrot Charlie Whiskey 8, 110. Marseille Center, Dark Star Foxtrot Charlie Whiskey 8, 110, 17,000 feet.
Dark Star Foxtrot Charlie Whiskey 8, 110. Marseille Center, QNH 1014, radar contact. Continue to pedal.
Okay, so this part I think doesn't change. Palo. So this is the that's Palo. Come in at 7,000 feet.
Charlie Whiskey 8, 110. Descend and maintain 11,000 feet. Keep speed not above 150 knots.
Descend and maintain 11,000 feet. Keep speed not above 150 knots. Dark Star Foxtrot Charlie Whiskey 8, 110.
Dark Star Foxtrot Charlie Whiskey 8, 110. Contact Geneva Center on 125.55. Good day.
One 125.55 for Dark Star Foxtrot Charlie Whiskey 8, 110. Geneva Center, Dark Star Foxtrot Charlie Whiskey 8, 110 is passing 16,400 feet, descending 11,000 feet.
Dark Star Foxtrot Charlie Whiskey 8, 110. Geneva Center, QNH 1014, radar contact. Continue to Palo.
We've already got that in, and what I don't know is what is the transition altitude here. $7,000 or by ATC. Until we get below 7,000 or at 7,000, we'll stay in standard barometer. Although there's almost no difference. One HPA. Hit a direct to PAL. Did they clear me direct to PAL? Yeah, alrighty. I'm more just testing the latest SU2 beta. Charter missions are back on. So we've already hit several problems. So they have not fixed most of the mission bugs. Still get all kinds of weirdness. Something weird pops up here every once in a while too, I'm not sure what. In theory, we can go back to FMS. I think I reduced my speed too soon. It's 150 at Palu. Or something. Yeah, I fly Neofly too, but yeah, in SU2 beta, it's a separate career mode where you're just beta testing. So like no progress will make it over into the regular career mode. But for the past 3-4 weeks, there have been no charter missions at all. So charter missions are back now. Most other missions were already there. I think charter was the only one completely missing. No even private charter, no VIP. But I don't think that, I don't know how much the ATC is tied into the mission other than like medical where you have a diversion airport kind of case. So I think most of those problems are pretty global. But like, you know, the ATC comms weren't working. Like it wouldn't let me taxi, so I skipped to takeoff, and it put me in the middle of a field. I'm like, okay. But some of the ATC I think is better. The Like some of that bit that they just did, I don't think it worked so well before. So how are you doing on NeoFly? I'm trying to get to $1 billion now. Just got a few more days to go. Descend and maintain 0 feet. That's a good one. I think they'll still tell Cessnas to climb to like 30,000 feet, but I mean, you know, if you update that in the EFB, it'll catch it. Yeah, having 2 airports with route back and forth between them that are, and you can get like a, I think a 787-10 is what I started with, running that route at almost its max distance. Start making the millions pretty quick. And then I just kept running more and more. So I have a kind of a maxed out fleet. So here's my NeoFly dudes. So I've got some 747-8s, they're a little more expensive. These make me about 15 million a run. And then I've got my 787-10s. So you can see like 15.6, 11.2 per round for those. Takes about 12-16 hours.
Contact Les Epleture's tower on 118.125 when inbound.
Tower on 118.125. Dark Star Foxtrot Charlie Whiskey 8110.
Now I think technically they haven't fixed this problem either. So are we inbound now, or do they mean inbound to the on final? I'm gonna go ahead and contact them, but because it doesn't seem to care.
Les Epleture's tower, Dark Star Foxtrot Charlie Whiskey 8, 110, 11 miles south, inbound RNAV runway, 2 tree approach.
Dark Star Foxtrot Charlie Whiskey 8, 110, Les Epleture's tower. QNH 1014, cleared RNAV runway 2 tree approach.
Cleared RNAV runway 2 tree approach. Dark Star Foxtrot Charlie Whiskey 8, 110.
I got into flying around in Papua New Guinea and the Kodiak. So I fly the Kodiak around and let them fly the big jets. I don't even have my up rating. I can't fly the 4-engine jets. I've never flown the 787 Mission in NeoFly either. I've just let the NPCs fly those. But it snowballs really fast from, like, you know, from probably about 30 million whenever you can get your first 787. But I'm gonna let it get to 1 billion and then start over. I think what I want to do is set up the home base thing. I set up a trial home base, and that went okay, but I've never really used it. I want to try and set one up and fly in and out of it, and just fly little missions. I'm not even going to worry about leveling up or anything. We do have a Todd, don't we?
Vertical track.
There we go. Okay, missed approach. Climbed 7,000 on 232. And turn left. Max 150 knots. Turn hard. It says minimum bank 25 degrees. Hey, we're on the map. I just noticed. Getting some gusty winds today. Not high winds, 7-8 knots, but looks like we're in for some showers. What's our out? -5. I'll go and go high windshield. I hope they add the windshield effect at some point, because apparently if this is on, you can't see very well. So you're not supposed to use it when you're on final, but it'd be nice to be able to kind of see that, so you know, oh, I need to turn that off. Man, if I ever win the lottery, you and I will go in a vision. Okay, Okay, so when we come back around here at Bomek, we should be catching the glide path. I like how it loses the key to press to extend gear to this one. Where did it go? I'm glad we have this synthetic vision. Can you imagine being in the older planes with no glass screens, just, you know, gauges, and flying through soup like this? Ugh. You'd really have to know the terrain and make sure you're at an altitude that's safe. Some ground down there. Okay. Oh, excuse me. All right, gear coming down. Auto throttle. First notch of flaps down. Dark clouds. Get to see some ground here. As we get below these clouds. I was kind of worried about the head tracking thing at first, because I was worried it either might make me sick or be disorienting or hard to use to accelerate when you're turning, but it actually works out pretty well. I was looking at those today. I kind of resent having to pay extra to get the things that should be built in, like readable airport signs and airport lights and airplane lights. All right, we don't have the glide path yet. There we go. All right, last notch of flaps. Yeah. It's not so much that it's a big deal. Got warnings because we're not supposed to be at 100% flaps with ice. Maybe I should care about the minimums here. Well, okay, here we come. I'm looking at getting a couple of the airports and stuff too. There's a slew of them that are like $199, $299, somewhere in there, $3-4.
Darkstar Foxtrot Charlie Whiskey 8110, wind 251 at 4, cleared to land runway 2 tree.
Cleared to land runway 2 tree. Darkstar Foxtrot Charlie Whiskey 8110.
I'm not used to this format chart. I'm not sure what the minimums are. MDA? Okay. Maybe that? No, I don't think that's it. Well. Cool. I like Cozumel. It's a cool place. You see anything resembling an airport out there? Seems like it should be there by now. Right there, I guess. Little tiny thing.
500.
Dark Star Foxtrot Charlie Whiskey 8110. Exit runway when able.
Oh, bummer. The landing rate add-on doesn't work when you're in career mode. I was wondering why it hadn't popped up yet.
Dark Star Foxtrot Charlie Whiskey 8110. Contact ground on 118.125.
I don't think I'm in the taxiway yet.
Sir, welcome to Les Eplatures. Local time is 1:49 p.m. For your safety, the captain has requested that you remain seated with your seatbelt fastened until we come to a complete stop and the seatbelt sign is turned off. Please make sure you take all your belongings with you when you get off. On behalf of the entire company, we would like to thank you for choosing first-class wings. We look forward to seeing you again and wish you a pleasant stay in La Chaux de Fonds.
Got flaps up. We got our ice off. We want to get pitot heat off. Get landing lights off. Warning caution. Well, it worked. More agricultural jobs. And yeah, that was as an employee, because I'm just testing if the mission works or not. I'm not. I lose all my progress when we come out of beta anyway. I'm not worried about what I'm getting. I mean, you got $1 billion anyway. They've made some improvements, but they just haven't fixed some of the things that I really would expect them to fix. I was gonna try a VIP one next. Nope, I still want filters. I just want that one closed. What's good for a VIP mission? Can we do... what's the other one? Where's the... That one. CJ4. There they come. So yeah. I guess we've got some other ones. What are these? PC12, PC24. Okay, so those exist. But not Saab, right? Okay. I think I want to do PC24. It's the easiest. What's one that isn't 20 hours long? There's a 1.5. I'm rather inclined to skip the descent on this one, even though it breaks the steering. So maybe it doesn't really matter what we do. Maybe we'll just go for where. I could fly to New Zealand. I apparently have a plane here. I wonder if I could. No aircraft on site though, it says. The prices are nice. So 3.4, 3.6 for a VIP flight. Yeah, a lot of 3 million. Let's see, where was that shorter one? 1.5 hours here. So on other airports too, have you been to flightsim.to? They have like freeware stuff. I got a bunch of Papua New Guinea airports from there. You know, most of them are little dirt strips, but also Goroka. Oh, I wanted to check this real quick. Runway 22 is plenty long enough. Oh my goodness, yes. I think I forgot to switch back to employee mode. Dang it. Five-hour. One and a half hour. There we go. That's the same one, I think. Should we trust them? Oh yeah, I forgot. This plane's broken. It uses twice the fuel it should. So if we don't skip the descent, there's no way we're going to make it. One thing I do like in this plane is you don't have to go anywhere. They're nice looking planes too. I would not turn one of these down. Alright, let's board.
Captain, we'll begin boarding on your command.
Throttles are down.
Ground service
flaps are
high.
up.
This is flight RAW 92 parking 1. Please begin passenger boarding.
Hey, it opened up the cargo. I can't remember it doing that before.
Good morning, Captain.
Yes?
TAWS system test. Okay.
Interesting. Do you fly the PC-12, PC-24 much?
Tower, Dark Star Romeo Alpha, Whiskey 9 or 2, ready to copy IFR clearance to Paya Labar.
Dark Star Romeo Alpha Whiskey 9 or 2 is cleared to Paya Labar Airport. As filed, expect runway 22, maintain flight level 440. Departure frequency is 120.9er, squawk 7651.
Cleared to Pile-a-Bar as filed. Runway 22. Maintain flight level 440. Departure frequency is 120.9er. Squawk 7651. Dark Star Romeo Alpha, Whiskey 9er2.
Dark Star Romeo Alpha Whiskey 9er2. Read back correct. Contact ground on 123.2. Good day.
Hi, team. Ready to leave for Singapore? I see you're already getting everything prepped for our passenger, Mrs. Baker. We expect all of you to provide her with the best of service. I know I can count on you. Have a good flight, Captain.
Ground, Dark Star Romeo Alpha Whiskey 9er2. Ready to taxi IFR.
Dark Star Romeo Alpha Whiskey 9er2. Taxi to and hold short of runway 22 via taxiway. Contact tower on 123.2 when ready.
Taxiing. Hold short runway 22 using taxiway. Dark Star Romeo Alpha Whiskey 9er2.
Okay, did we get... Okay, good enough. Alright, let's get...
Captain, we are at
flaps.
50% of tank.
Yes, we are. Trim. Okay, let's see. I have to get this bird in the air quick.
Madam, welcome on board flight RAW 92 with service from Singapore to Singapore. We'll be shortly in line for takeoff. Please fasten your seatbelts and secure all baggage underneath your seat, and make sure your seats and table trays are in the upright position for takeoff. Please switch all personal electronic devices, including laptops and cell phones, to airplane mode. This is a non-smoking flight. Thank you for choosing Radiant Airways. Enjoy your flight.
Come on.
Tower, Dark Star Romeo Alpha, Whiskey 9er2, ready for IFR departure runway 22.
Dark Star Romeo Alpha Whiskey 9er2, QNH 1009er. Cleared for takeoff runway 22.
Cleared for takeoff runway 22. Dark Star Romeo Alpha, Whiskey 9er2.
Star Romeo Alpha Whiskey 9er2, contact Jakarta Center on 120.9er. Good day.
120.9er, Dark Star Romeo Alpha, Whiskey 9er 2. Jakarta Center, Dark Star Romeo Alpha, Whiskey 9er 2 is passing 1,700 feet climbing flight level 440.
Dark Star Romeo Alpha, Whiskey 9er 2, Jakarta Center, QNH 1009er, radar contact continue.
Not sure what this thing is thinking. Alright, let's see. We're gonna have to go, let's see.
Passing 10,000 feet.
Alright, I'm gonna need to make sure that this is good. I have to take my dog out real quick. Flaps are up. Gear is up. Probably gonna get dinged on radio comms. Nav is armed. Heading that way. We've got 44,000 feet in. Flight level change. Yaw dampeners on. Gear is up. Oh, forgot to get the strobe on. Didn't do landing lights either. I'm gonna get dinged for that on the score. GPU should be off. All right, wish me luck. We are back live. We are still not at 44,000 feet though. It's kind of monitoring things from downstairs. Let's try the head tracker again. Sure it's working well. We seem to be a little misaligned. Is that worse? Maybe that's worse. Okay. That's not too bad. And go standard barometer. Okay, so what I did there to take this off the map is you go to this page, you click lower MFD, even though it is very clearly the upper MFD, they're swapped, you click page. If I click page here, it'll put it back. And like if I need to change my approach, I'll need to do that. But for now, I'm going to take it off so I can see more of my flight plan. This is also a good place to do your comms, navs, transponders, because you could just type in the digits here instead of fiddling with the knobs. So we do have a discontinuity here, and I think there's a bug in here. Yeah, now we have a top of descent, whereas we didn't have one before because of the discontinuity. I didn't know where to go. I still don't know what this altitude selection means. Let's try to find out. Calling for a change in altitude, but the altitude selector has not been reset. What? I mean, I see alt cell here. FMS is commanding a change of altitude, but the altitude selector has not been reset. The aircraft cannot change altitude until the selector has been reset. That doesn't mean anything to me. Reset alt cell is displayed to advise the pilot that a defined path is approaching, but the altitude select does not permit the descent. Okay. Oh, you know what? I totally forgot. we can still sim rate. Let's do some sim rating instead of skip the descent. Please be advised, we are in cruise.
Madam, glad to be your captain today. First, I'd like to welcome you on behalf of Radiant Airways on Flight RAW 92. We are currently cruising at an altitude of 45,500 feet and an airspeed of 150 knots. It's 9:02 a.m. and are expecting to land in Singapore approximately at 5:34 a.m. local time. Current temperature of 68 degrees Fahrenheit. If the weather cooperates, we should get a great view of the area as we descend. I'll update you before we reach our destination. Until then, sit back, relax, and enjoy the rest of the flight.
Well, now, altitude select here went away. So in theory, I should be able to go down to 1,500 feet here. It's a good thing add fuel still works, because this plane eats the fuel. Watch out for these turns though. Apes. So after this, we should get Cozumel and go check it out. Might be fun. Did they possibly improve the... No,
Captain, we're down to 25% fuel remaining.
Yeah, because this plane is broken. We're gonna have to add fuel. I was thinking maybe they'd improve the integration between SimRate and autopilot, but they clearly have not. I don't know why they can't just run the autopilot at the increased SimRate. If you're running 2x, call it twice as much. Well, it wasn't too bad of a flight.
Darkstar Romeo Alpha Whiskey 902. Descend and maintain flight level 430.
Really?
Descend and maintain flight level 430. Darkstar Romeo Alpha, Whiskey 902.
I have to dial this all the way back up so we can descend 1,000 feet. Look at our placards here. So we've got 175 max takeoff weight and 85 knots indicated. Velocity extension 250 knots. So in theory, we should be able to drop the gear at anything below 250 knots. I don't know if the game honors that. we have... Oh, wait, where's our top of descent? Did we already pass it? I think we already passed it. Maybe we should, uh-oh.
Jakarta Center, Dark Star Romeo Alpha Whiskey 902, requesting vector to next waypoint.
No, it really wasn't.
Dark Star Romeo Alpha Whiskey 902. Continue to a good 2, following heading tree 40. Proceed on course.
Continue to Igutu following heading tree 40. Proceed on course. Dark Star Romeo Alpha, Whiskey 902.
What I want to do is descend. And I want this to work. So I don't have this problem. This whole panel needs some tender loving care.
Dark Star Romeo Alpha Whiskey 902. Descend and maintain 2,000 feet.
There we go. Descend and maintain 2,000
Descend and maintain 2,000 feet. Dark Star Romeo Alpha, Whiskey 902.
Dark Star Romeo Alpha Whiskey 902, contact Singapore Center on 12.3.7. Good day. Dark Star Romeo Alpha Whiskey 902. Did you hear my last transmission?
Yes.
Going to 123.7. Dark Star Romeo Alpha, Whiskey 902. Singapore Center, Dark Star Romeo Alpha, Whiskey 902 is at flight level 425, descending 2,000 feet.
Dark Star Romeo Alpha Whiskey 902, Singapore Center, radar contact. Continue to Charlie India 02.
We're below actual speed right now. Did we? 123.7? Swap. Uh-oh. It's broken. Let's see if we can drop gear.
Overspeed. Overspeed. Overspeed.
Wrong.
Overspeed.
Wrong, wrong, wrong. It says right here, 250 knots extension.
Dark Star Romeo Alpha Whiskey 902. Descend and maintain 1,500 feet. Expect vectors ILS runway to approach. Dark Star Romeo Alpha Whiskey 902. Maintain present heading and altitude. Contact Paya Lebar Tower on 118.05.
Well, that is buggy.
Maintain present
Which
heading
is it?
and altitude.
Descend or
Tower
maintain
on
altitude?
118.05 Dark Star Romeo Alpha, Whiskey 902. Paya Lebar Tower, Dark Star Romeo Alpha, Whiskey 902, 79 miles south, inbound ILS runway to approach.
Dark Star Romeo Alpha Whiskey 902, Paya Lebar Tower. QNH 1010, cleared ILS runway to approach.
Cleared ILS runway 2 approach. Dark Star Romeo Alpha, Whiskey 902.
I think we're gonna have to descend faster. Go ahead and enable VNAV. And at some point, I think we will intercept the VNAV profile. Now it's throttling up, and I really don't want it to. Dang it. I really don't want that armed, but. Should also be able to drop 8 degrees of flaps at 200. Okay, that lines up with this. And then 175. Okay, so those are okay, but the gear should be too. I don't care where the gear marker is, but it shouldn't give us an error if we drop our gear at 250. I wonder how you could do multiplayer missions that would be meaningful in some way. Where are we flying into here? WSAP? We don't have it. doing? I think we're catching up, right? We got 40 nautical miles. Now we got to drop however many that is. 16,000 times 3. And that would be at a normal descent rate, where except we're descending faster than that. So. We'll go ahead and switch off standard barometer. Hey, you're supposed to be 1010. I switch it on, I switch it back. Yeah, it's changed. One of the things the Garmin sort of has sometimes, and I wish even it did a little bit more, but it should tell you to meet this oh yeah, I was doing a thing. Chrome, where's Chrome? Let's see if this will work.
That's correct, 469 Delta Echo, just want to make sure we're direct to lead, correct?
Yep, that's correct for 9 Delta Echo.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, there we go. There's some live ATC. All right, we are on the V path now. This was an ILS approach, so it's going to have our nav frequencies programmed in already.
Logistics 403, trafficking 360.
Passing 10,000 feet.
I can't remember what it was. 02, right? 109.3, 1. We'll go ahead and put it in here, but it'll do it automatically when you enable approach mode, I'm pretty sure. 109.3. Let's also put that in nav 2.
Logistics 403, trafficking 320, send to 2,600.
So this is a live ATC feed. It is unfortunately not for this airport. They don't have this airport. But it's kind of fun to listen in while you are flying. Especially if you can find the same airport you're flying into.
Logistics 403, you're 4 from Pacer, trafficking 260, maintain 2,600 till established, clear the LS23 left approach. Logistics 403, you're cleared the ILS-23 left approach.
Unfortunately, I don't think we're hearing the pilot comms.
Citation 9 Delta Echo, send to maintain 5,000.
I descend to maintain 5,000, 469 Delta Echo.
Oh, there we go. Or at least hearing some of them.
Logistics 403, contact the tower. Yep.
Is that lightning? Or a
Alright, member
glitch?
Delta, you can contact Grissom approach 123.85. Yep.
Yep. Hear the thunder. Let's just cycle this back to auto, make sure it's running.
Southwest 4631, it's going to maintain 4,000.
Okay, flaps coming down. I'm gonna go off auto throttle, because I find the autopilot throttle is not very good. Alright, gear coming down now.
Captain, we didn't retract the landing gear.
Oh my god, shut up.
We're 711 Foxtrot Golf, Indy, altimeter's 2992, and where do you park? One Foxtrot Golf, where do you park?
I'll set this at 170 in case we have to do a go around or something.
Okay, you can plan 2-3 left for one Foxtrot Golf. Southwest 4631, it's going to maintain 3,000.
Where's our... Over here somewhere?
Layer 1 Foxtrot Golf, you can plan 2-3 left, or my 2-3 left.
Why did it get... It was smoother before, now it's all like, it locks in to a view. Jerkier.
Break Air 4585, Indy at race and intercept 228 localizer.
I think we must not be hearing all the pilots because I'm not hearing very many responses.
Roger. Southwest 4631, turn right heading 140, it's going to maintain 3,000.
Pretty cool cityscape here.
Citation 9 Delta Echo, it's going to maintain 3,000.
Thank you, 718 3000, 469 Delta Echo.
I wish we could go into the buildings though.
Heading 140, Southwest 4631.
There we go. Let's get approach mode.
Dark Star
slow
Romeo Alpha Whiskey
localizer.
902, wind tree 60 at 4, cleared to land runway 2.
Cleared to land runway 2.
Clear to land runway 2. Dark Star Romeo Alpha Whiskey 902.
Southwest 4631, turn right heading 180, approach the airport at 1 o'clock in 10 miles.
Alright, full flaps. That'll slow us right down. Now the real PC-24
4631, cleared visual approach, turn 23 right, contact the tower.
has a stall speed of 83 knots. Interesting. Kind of stadium, I think.
Stall.
83 knots. That's what it should be.
$500.
Winds are okay. Little tiny bit of a crosswind. What is it doing? Okay, I can't take that anymore. What are you doing, plane?
100. Stall. 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 Stall.
Okay, that was too much.
Stall. Stall.
Let's try that again.
Stall.
Boom.
Dark Star Romeo Alpha Whiskey 902, turn next taxiway.
Did I mess that up or did they? I've had that bug before too. At least I'm pretty sure. So now we could skip to shutdown if we want to. That's a long taxi. What is going on? Why isn't my throttle working? Throttle is not working. I've had this problem before. What was it? Nope. Nope. No throttle control currently. I mean, I can do like this. And it goes to 0. I've had this problem before. I was trying to think of what it was. I think I had it once before when I had reverse thrust on. But I hit reverse thrust already. So there's reverse thrust, which puts my spoilers down. Even though they're... See, now I can't do anything with this. And now my throttles work. Okay. No, shoot. Okay. Wrong button. That's so weird. In planes that don't have reverse thrust, clicking a button that has multifunction on it should kill your ability to use the throttle. We're getting a weird stutter, like there, 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 there. It's like repeatable there, there, there.
I'm really in a hurry. When do we get off?
Oh, shut
Good
up.
thing this flight went smoothly.
Let's see. Engine off. Taxi speeding, she was in a hurry. Just doing my duty. And for all that work, you get $300. We take 800,000. Well, charter missions work, but they're not really much better. Ooh. Special mission is available for a limited time. Way over in... Ding! Spain? Oh, multiple ones. I don't think I've ever done those. Let's go see what they are. A 5-hour trip. A 6-hour trip. This is the tornado one. And this is the one that just popped up. This is a short one. SFO to KLAX. What? I don't understand it. Is this at the destination or the source? This is LAX. Weird. I wonder what makes it a special mission. And can you complete it with Freelancer? Raw Airlines. Let's see what happens if we switch into Freelancer. Nope. Like, why would you do that mission? Of what possible value would that be? Need to fill in more of Africa. Especially down around here and up through there, around here. Wonder where my VIP aircraft is, which is another thing they really need to improve. Like, I have no idea where things are. I don't think there's any way to really find it. Except try and take a mission. No aircraft on site, so it's not going to be that one. That's not that one. Oh shoot, didn't mean to click it. Can go here, missions list, and see more missions in a specific area. However, I think there's only, like if it's freight, there's only ever one. Passenger, there, especially with like a 737, there will be a whole bunch in every city. And then it looks like charter, there's a few at least. I don't know if that holds for every locale. Oh, tons in that one. A couple there, 3. Couple there, couple of touristy ones. Ooh, fun. Go to Telluride, KTEX. That is a weird approach, I'll tell you. Oh no, I'm not doing it in that. guess we could use our CJ4. I was curious how much these would pay out. I think not enough for a CJ4, really. I think these should pay out just a little bit more. Because we got the... Oh, are there any 737 ones? That's too bad. Like there should be like VIP passenger ones that are like higher end. The PC-24 ones are... yeah, see, these pay out like the same as a CJ4. Whoa. That's to a seaport. Come on. Charter VIP. There, I think that was it. 25 Zulu 1. What? How are you going to take a CJ4 and land on the water? Runway 40 water. Wish you could turn off clouds. Okay. So there's your final. Always check your runways. I do like flying around Alaska though. Why does it always want to take me back to like Canada and stuff? At least here's one. PC-24 into... Oh yeah, that's pretty doable. Should we try one more? Let's see if we can actually make it without cheating the fuel because of the bugs. Hey, visitor.
waiting for your instructions to start boarding.
Ground service, hi. This is flight RAW 14, parking 23. Please begin passenger boarding.
Nice to meet you, Captain.
Yo. Probably should have waited for these to come up before I started the engine.
Hi team, ready to leave for Anchorage? I see you're already getting everything prepped for our passenger, Mr. Honeycutt. We expect all of you to provide him with the best of service. I know I can count on you. Have a nice trip.
Papa Alpha Oscar, Mike Traffic. Dark Star Romeo Alpha Whiskey 14 is taxiing to runway 28. Papa Alpha Oscar, Mike Traffic. Ladies and gents, welcome on board flight RAW 14 with service from Anchorage to Anchorage. We'll be shortly in line for takeoff. Please fasten your seatbelts and secure all baggage underneath your seat, and make sure your seats and table trays are in the upright position for takeoff. Please switch all personal electronic devices, including laptops and cell phones, to airplane mode. This is a non-smoking flight. Thank you for choosing Radiant Airways. Enjoy your flight. Papa Alpha Oscar Mike Traffic, Dark Star Romeo Alpha Whiskey 14, taking off runway 28, departure to the east, Papa Alpha Oscar Mike Traffic. To all passengers, this is First Officer Medina speaking. Estimated flight time to Anchorage is 63 minutes. We remind you to keep your seatbelt fastened. Thank you for your attention, and let's have a great flight.
Probably could have just turned onto the runway and taken off. Good winds right now, looks like. Getting that kind of jerkiness again. Or maybe still. Okay, flaps are set, trim is set. Actually, I want a little more trim because it's broken.
Rotate. Anchorage Center, Dark Star Romeo Alpha Whiskey 14 is type Pilatus PC-24, 1 miles west of Papa Alpha Oscar Mike, 300 feet. Request flight following. Dark Star Romeo Alpha Whiskey 14, Anchorage Center. Squawk Tree 52 tree.
Gears up, flaps are up.
Squawk Tree 52 tree. Dark Star Romeo Alpha Whiskey 14. From what I can hear, Mr. Honeycutt is starting to worry about the turbulence. Radar contact 2 miles west of Papa Alpha Oscar Mike, 1,500 feet. Altimeter 2986.
I forgot I'm not in a fighter jet. Burn and burn.
Roger, Dark Star Romeo Alpha Whiskey 14. Anchorage Center, Dark Star Romeo Alpha Whiskey 14, 2 miles south of Papa Alpha Oscar Mike, 2,600 feet. Request IFR to Elmendorf. Ready to copy. Dark Star Romeo Alpha Whiskey 14 is cleared to Elmendorf Airport as filed. Squawk Tree 52 tree. Dark Star Romeo Alpha Whiskey 14 cleared to Elmendorf Airport as filed. Squawk Tree 52 tree. Dark Star Romeo Alpha Whiskey 14, read back correct. Radar contact 4,700 feet. Altimeter 2988, continue to Golos following heading 095. Resume own navigation. Climb and maintain flight level 410. Continue to Golos following heading 095. Resume own navigation. Climb and maintain flight level 410. Dark Star Romeo Alpha Whiskey 14.
going to accelerate.
Star Romeo.
Whoops.
132
Forgot
decimal
about that.
5. Dark Star Romeo Alpha, Whiskey 14.
Anchorage Center. Radar contact. Continue to ERMI.
Let's see what the options are. How's everyone doing tonight?
Ladies and gents, glad to be your captain today. First, I'd like to welcome everyone on behalf of Radiant Airways on Flight Raw 14. We are currently cruising at an altitude of 39,500 feet and an airspeed of 200 knots. It's 7:05 p.m. and are expecting to land in Anchorage approximately at 9:15 p.m. local time. Current temperature of 68 degrees Fahrenheit. If the weather cooperates, we should get a great view of the area as we descend. I'll update you before we reach our destination. Until then, sit back, relax, and enjoy the rest of the flight.
Filtering not working on this? Because I clicked 24 and it's giving me runway 6.
Dark Star Romeo Alpha Whiskey
127.0 for Dark Star Romeo Alpha, Whiskey 14. Anchorage Center, Dark Star Romeo Alpha, Whiskey 14, flight level 410.
Dark Star Romeo Alpha Whiskey 14, Anchorage Center. Radar contact. Continue to gains.
They don't have anything on runway 24. I think we may not get runway 24 when we get there.
Alpha Whiskey 14, contact Anchorage Center on 128.1. Good day.
128.1. Dark Star Romeo Alpha, Whiskey 14.
Anchorage Center, radar contact, continue to gains.
Still tucks over itself. I'm on Discord if anybody wants to talk. Okay, we are now tuning into live Anchorage Tower. May not be anything going on there right now, but
Anchorage Center, Dark Star Romeo Alpha Whiskey 14. Request flight level tree 10.
Dark Star Romeo Alpha Whiskey 14, descend and maintain flight level tree 10.
Descend and maintain flight level tree 10. Dark Star Romeo Alpha, Whiskey 14.
cheat our way into a on-time descent here. Not cheating, but it likes to get you like almost over the airport, and it says now descend to 2,000 feet. Good luck with that. I expected it to be dark when we got there, but I guess this is happening at a different time. activated the oxygen. We're all dead. I'm jumping. Can we open the door in flight? I've not picked up anything at all on the live Anchorage tower. Probably too late for them. I need to get a 1440 monitor instead of a 4K. It's a bit rough on my system. So where is... Oh, I wonder what frequency we're on right now. 128.1. Let me see if I can find anything on that. 128.1. Get anything on Seattle Center.
Anchorage Center, Dark Star Romeo Alpha Whiskey 14. Request flight level 210.
Dark Star Romeo Alpha Whiskey 14. Descend and maintain flight level 210.
Descend and maintain flight level 210. Dark Star Romeo Alpha Whiskey 14.
Dark Star Romeo Alpha, Whiskey 1-4 contact anchorage, center on 119.7.
Good morning, Hello Wings 1 Juliet, flight level 350.
Wings 1 Juliet, good morning, identified
119.7 for Dark Star Romeo Alpha, Whiskey 1-4. Anchorage Center, Dark Star Romeo Alpha Whiskey 1-4 is at flight level 275, descending flight, level 210.
Dark Star Romeo Alpha, Whiskey 1-4, Anchorage Center, radar contact, continue to TOFI.
Kind of pushing our top of descent down with me. Hopefully we'll get close enough that they'll just say, you know, get us on a path to landing. Oh, I missed earlier when he asked what head tracking I was using. I got the Declan clip. And then I guess it's using, can't remember what it's called now, Open Track. You know, 2 hours later. Sorry about that. Be descending, my friend.
Anchorage Center, Dark Star Romeo Alpha Whiskey 1-4. Request 11,000 feet.
Dark Star Romeo Alpha Whiskey 1-4. Descend and maintain 11,000 feet.
Descend and maintain 11,000 feet. Dark Star Romeo Alpha, Whiskey 1-4.
be passed at least. And in theory, when we get below 18,000, we should be able to cancel IFR. We'll see.
Darkstar Romeo Alpha Whiskey 1 for contact Anchorage Center on 125.55. Good day.
Going to 125.55, Darkstar Romeo Alpha Whiskey 14. Anchorage Center, Darkstar Romeo Alpha Whiskey 14 is passing 17,000 feet, descending 11,000 feet.
Darkstar Romeo Alpha Whiskey 14, Anchorage Center, altimeter 2982, radar contact, continue. Darkstar Romeo Alpha Whiskey 14, contact Anchorage Center on 133.7. Good day.
Going to 133.7, Darkstar Romeo Alpha Whiskey 14. Anchorage Center, Darkstar Romeo Alpha Whiskey 14 is passing 15,200 feet, descending 11,000 feet.
Darkstar Romeo Alpha Whiskey 14, Anchorage Center, altimeter 2983. Radar contact, continue. Darkstar Romeo Alpha Whiskey 14. Maintain present heading and altitude, expect ILS Zulu runway 06 approach via Hyson transition. Clear to Hyson.
Maintain present heading and altitude, expect ILS Zulu runway 06 approach via Hyson transition. Cleared to Hyson, Darkstar Romeo Alpha Whiskey 14.
Okay, we are gonna have to switch approaches. What did they say? Zulu 6 Hyson, right? Zulu Hyson. And now we can go. We want to delete this now. Well, actually, we can cancel that. We just go
Darkstar Romeo
here.
Alpha Whiskey 14. Climb and maintain flight level 410.
What?
Ladies and gents, we are approaching Elmendorf AFB. Please fasten your seatbelt and adjust your seat back and tray table to the upright position. Secure your baggage in the overhead compartment or under the seat in front of you. All electronic devices must be turned off until the aircraft is parked.
Darkstar Romeo
Thank you.
Alpha Whiskey 14. Did you copy?
Yeah, but I can't.
Climb and maintain flight level 410. Darkstar Romeo Alpha Whiskey 14. passing 10,000 feet.
Darkstar Romeo Alpha Whiskey 14. Please expedite your climb flight level 410.
Stop being so ridiculous. That's just silly. So, can we see an airport over here somewhere? Should be across the water there. Okay, we wouldn't be able to see it. This is the waterway here. It's gonna be up over there somewhere.
Darkstar Romeo Alpha Whiskey 14. Please expedite your climb flight level 410.
Bugs in this thing. Like, figure it out, man.
Darkstar Romeo Alpha Whiskey 1 for contact Anchorage approach on 118.6. Good day.
Going to 118.6, Darkstar Romeo Alpha, Whiskey 14. Anchorage approach, Darkstar Romeo Alpha Whiskey 14 is passing 7,500 feet climbing flight level 410.
Darkstar Romeo Alpha Whiskey 14, Anchorage approach, altimeter 2985, radar contact continue.
I kind of want a key or mouse press that gives you the pop-up instead of it automatically doing it. Because normally I would have it off, but every once in a while it's handy.
Darkstar Romeo Alpha Whiskey 14, please expedite your climb flight level 410.
Yeah, not gonna happen. Okay, there's that little island right out there. Peninsula here. Come over to there. There's that indentation. Gonna be up over here somewhere. There's a bunch of airports right here too. This is the big one. There's an airport right here. And it's like all airports in this little peninsula right here. Including all of these smaller ones around.
Darkstar Romeo Alpha Whiskey 14, please expedite your climb flight level 410.
Actually, what I want to do is expedite my flight to 40.
Darkstar Romeo Alpha Whiskey 14, contact Elmendorf Tower on 127.2 when inbound.
Tower on 127.2, Darkstar Romeo Alpha, Whiskey 14. Elmendorf Tower, Dark Star Romeo Alpha Whiskey 14, 1 tree miles west, inbound ILS Zulu runway 06 approach.
Dark Star Romeo Alpha Whiskey 14, Elmendorf Tower. Altimeter 2987. Cleared ILS Zulu runway 06 approach.
Cleared ILS Zulu runway 06 approach, Dark Star Romeo Alpha Whiskey 14.
Hey, how's it going? Charter missions are back in beta. Which airport is it? Is it this airport? Is it that airport? Is it that airport? Hey! Congratulations. Getting any flying in?
Over.
Excessive flap speed, Captain.
Oh, come on.
Dark Star Romeo Alpha Whiskey 14, wind 187 at 6, cleared to land runway 06.
Alright, here we go. Localizer, glide slope coming in.
Cleared to land runway 06, Dark Star Romeo Alpha Whiskey 14.
We're having a spring sale.
Stall.
That is not a stall. Stall speed is 83. Are you on the beta? I got the amphibious Kodiak for $10. Whoa.
500. Stall.
Come on, lower the nose.
Dark Star Romeo Alpha Whiskey 14, turn next taxiway.
wish they would fix the flight model for this plane.
Dark Star Romeo Alpha Whiskey 14, turn next taxiway.
I was gonna. I got the little arrows up here.
Dark Star Romeo Alpha Whiskey 14, contact ground on 121.8.
Sorry, buddy. Gonna run you over.
One 121.8, Dark Star Romeo Alpha, Whiskey 14. Elmendorf ground, Dark Star Romeo Alpha, Whiskey 14. Request taxi to parking.
Dark Star Romeo Alpha Whiskey 14. Taxi to General Aviation parking via taxiway Charlie Bravo Delta.
Way over there, huh? Don't want to go all the way around there. I think I'll just skip. PC-24, yes. Which have 4 flaws. The FMS speeds are the PC-12 speeds instead of the PC-24 speeds.
I know the flight was challenging today. Maybe our flight stats will help understand where we can do better. Let's have a look.
Let's have a look. Do we have ground power? We do not. Oh, maybe we do.
Dark Star Romeo Alpha Whiskey 14. Did you hear my last transmission?
I don't know, man. I don't have any transmissions. You're on your own. Oh, I didn't get to let people off. Ooh, that was bad. I forgot I was doing like a mission. And so I took off from the airport, turned 90 degrees to the left. I did not get a good passenger satisfaction score. That guy was kind of a jerk anyway. Broken Airlines. Yeah, there's my new Kodiak. And you can do things like, go to my favorite little harbor here. So you click on a spot and you say set as departure, and then you can pick. Okay, we're gonna pre-flight like Jesus. That's hilarious. I don't think there's anything to actually pre-flight on this plane right now. Nope. It's debug aircraft covers. Remove all just to make sure. So I'm always afraid of starting this plane because I blow it up. We're gonna give it a shot and see if we catch the engine on fire. Okay, so this has to be on. I'm guessing we don't have external
runway landing.
power here.
Gear is down for runway landing. Runway landing. Gear is down for runway landing. Runway landing. Gear is down for...
Shut up. We're at the water, man. Alright, let's see if we can remember how to do this. Beacon's on. Want to get the fuel pump on. We want the starter on. Alright, ignition on. And low idle. We need to get our water rudder is down. I'm gonna drift into the thing here. Okay, so let's get the starter off, ignition off, fuel pump on standby, and get this into Nope. We just blew the engine up. See the ITT here? It's gonna burst into flames now. I wonder if we can get it to actually burst into flames again. Making me sad, man. You have to quit the game and edit the file. And then restart the game. In beta mode, you get like $1 billion. I think you can pick anywhere. But I don't know if you can pick the actual runway start and then say start dark, but you could click next to it. I think it has to be a custom starting point. So you can plop down anywhere now with your engine running or not. That's some point a couple of weeks into SU2, they dropped everybody up to $1 billion. I think a lot of people complained on the forums about, like, I don't want to play for 2 months to earn enough money to buy a plane to test it. Because you took all my planes away that I had earned. I'm gonna try this again. I'll bring up the let's see. I'll bring up the checklist this time. On Alaska, where is it? There it is. I'm going to start a little farther away from the dock too. Yeah, so now you have plenty of money. I have like all the planes I care to test and still have like over 900 million. Which is kind of crazy, but also if you want to test the fleet stuff, like you might want more airplanes. Yikes. Now why did we start in the plane this time? Okay, let's try checklists. Okay, I think all this stuff doesn't really apply. Well, let's go through and make sure. Control locks off. I'm in trouble here. Parking brake is okay. All electrical equipment is off. Circuit breakers we can't really do. Fuel selector on. Fuel valve open. Fire extinguishers check. Show pilot. Wonder what that does. Okay, master switch on.
Water landing. Gear is up for water landing.
Avionics.
Water landing. Gear is up for water landing. Water landing. Gear is up for water landing. Water land.
Shut that off. MFD initialize. Fuel on board check. We're okay on that. Avionics switch off. Flaps down. Trims to takeoff. Pitot heat. We actually want that off, I think. On, check working. Okay. Stall warning test. Forgot where that is.
Stall.
There we go. Master switch back off. Okay, weight and balance check, passenger briefing, doors are closed, cabin is secured, master switch back on. Avionics switch on. Parking brake is set. I mean, we're in the water, so. Engine inlet as required. I don't think it's, they should have any yet. Fuel selectors on left and right. We already did that up there. Pushed in. Emergency power to normal. Power lever at idle. Feathered. Fuel cutoff. Flaps at 0. Circuit breakers. Cabin heat is off. And that kind of stuff. Battery start. Check 24 volt minimum. Let's see, we are 25 volts. Beacon on. Emergency power lever to normal. Clear. Auxiliary fuel pump on. Ignition switch on for low motor start. Starter on. Watch the oil pressure come up. NG accelerating through 14%. Already at 20. Fuel condition lever to low idle. ITT monitor. Okay. Shouldn't get that hot. Okay, and then this at 50, we're already past that. Starter off. Ignition off. And auxiliary fuel pump. Then we can bring in our RPMs. Auxiliary fuel pump on standby. I already did that. Generator and alternator on. Lights, cabin heat, avionics. Just gonna bring this up to high idle. Okay, hang on just a sec. So yeah, it's not starting. As soon as I take it out of low idle, it kills itself. I'm hoping if we do this, that is departure, ready for takeoff now. Maybe it'll let us at least fly. Let's see if it blows up. Okay. Now is our rudders are down, right? There we go. Yep, they're working. So somewhere out there is a body of land that we would run over if we're not careful. Flaps down. there's the thing we don't want to hit right there. Hey, we've got another person out here. You look pretty far away though. Alright, I'm gonna have to run my doggo down for a minute. So let's just whip around here and land for a bit. So if you're flying into Dutch Harbor here, the runway's lined up right about with the end of this thing. In a bigger plane, I would come all the way out along here and come in. Start getting some flaps in here. You can see the runway right about there on the very edge. So much easier to look around with the head tracker on. Got our gear.
Gear is unsafe. Check gear.
Runway landing. Gear is down for runway landing. 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 Runway landing. Gear is down for runway landing.
Okay.
Runway landing. Gear is down for runway landing. Runway landing. Gear is down for runway landing.
Thank you. Did it lose my settings? Because the brakes are not working. How many times do I have to click it? That should be correct. There we go. Yes, it's very helpful that way. The problem was I also had the parking brake on. So I technically landed with the parking brake on, which probably would have been bad. I've got to figure out what set of rudder pedals I want to get though. Park next to these guys. I love that the sound changes when you open the little window. Alright, like I said, I gotta run my dog out real quick. I will be right back. That thing is mounted way up high, isn't it? How much taller it is than the other planes. Okay, I'm back. That is the one I was thinking about getting. And I can't decide, which one do I need the most? Like, I really need the rudder pedals to practice crosswind landings. I have a twist stick, and it's okay, but it's like really hard to twist and control the ailerons and the pitch all at the same time, kind of with one hand. And you know, motion in one axis affects the other, so it makes it difficult. Like, I don't think I could get the throttle quadrant without doing something else too. Also thought about getting a cheaper yoke. Make sure I'm not backing into anything. On again with the brakes. Okay, that's parking brake on, that's parking brake off. Go anywhere. I'm very confused. I can see the brakes moving. That's full brakes, that's off. That's parking brake. That's parking brake off. Rudder's down, rudder's up. So it's not that. So I'm not a pro? Not really, no. See if this lets it move. go. Yeah, I was trying to go forward. That's what wasn't working. It would not move, even with, like, I made sure the brakes were off.
Don't sink.
Gear is unsafe. Check gear.
Sink. Don't 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 sink. Don't
Water landing. Gear is up for water landing.
Don't sink. Don't sink. Don't
Not
sink.
landing.
Don't sink.
Shut up. That's a wee bit buggy. You know, I've flown into Dutch Harbor a lot, but I've never flown into the place that I tend to take off from to play. Yeah, I don't know what it was. I think slewing seemed to help, whatever it was. Thing that does not work in this plane at all is send route to avionics. Let's get some autopilot on so we don't veer off too much here. Okay, let's add this as departure. We'll add this as arrival. And we will send to avionics and nothing. So, PAOM to PAOM. So, we want to go flight plan. Right click, origin, auto, enter, doesn't really matter. Runway should we do? 9? And nav. And then we want to go procedure. Enter. No. Yeah, I don't normally have a problem just making the plane go forward. Definitely some kind of bug. Says it wants us at 5,000 feet. Are you still on, David? If you do get any goodies, let me know what you think. Like even, you know, the Logitech or whatever. I will do the same. I did get the... can't remember what it's called now. The D-Lin clip for the head tracker. Seems to work okay. There's some things about it I'm not that crazy about. Let's see. Yeah, there we go. It likes to hold still too much. I want it to float around a little more. Setting it up was a pain too. They really need a better calibration routine where you have like an image you can put up on your screen and it like tells you look here, look here, look here, look here, and then it calibrates based on that. Yikes. Okay, landing gear is up. We're gonna want to get the landing gear down. Unless we want to land in the water. I could land in the water. What do you think? Should I land in the water near here, or should I just land on the runway? So this uses open track. Okay, we'll try water landing. I'll try to land in that little bay. And you have to, you set these curves for yaw, pitch, roll, X, Y, Z. And so like you have to figure out how you want it. And like with Z, it's real flat down here because otherwise when I turn my head this way, it would push way in closer. So I had to keep it from getting closer as it went that way. So like if I turn it on, like it would, you know, if this is up here and it gets closer to the panel as you turn your head. So I killed most of the Z motion. Really don't even need that. So I can't really get much closer because of that. I lose tracking when I get to about that point even. I'll probably turn it up a little. That's okay. But yeah, doing all that. Alright, let's see. Let's try to land in that little puddle right over there. I love this part of Alaska though, it's just so cool. You get all the weather and just the mountains are awesome. Bunch of little islands. Fly up and down the island chains. Okay, the water rudders are up right now. I think we want to land with them up and then put them down. We want the gear up. Gear is currently up. Okay, I want to get off BNAV and just go to... I want to descend a little bit faster. So I'm going to want to hit the water a little early. That's our descent arc right there. Okay, first flap's at 138. Next at 120 and then 108. It's really disorienting trying to land on the water because you don't have as good of a feel for where the water is as you do when you're on the land. Okay, and then go into beta with just a little bit of water rudders down. Flaps up. Not really anywhere to dock, per se. I'm going to need to work on that aspect of it a little bit. What? Okay. I think in the last update of this plane they worked on the beta a little bit. Because right now, even though I'm in beta, I'm getting forward thrust with it like in that position. And then as I go further down, I start getting a little bit of like negative prop pitch slowing me down. And when I go even more, you can hear it. So it seems to be working better than it was. I can't tell what's up ahead there. Is it a giant wall of water or just a shadow? One thing I find that helps is to go like into your drone. Okay, I guess it's just a shadow. It looks really scary. I almost didn't want to go over that way. I'm still worried about crossing this thing. I don't know what's going to happen. I hope it's just the lighting. It's not just me, right? That goes uphill. Uh-oh. There we go. made it. The airport, I think, is right over there. It's one thing you can do in the sim world that I don't think you can do in real life.
Gear is unsafe. Check gear.
Runway landing. Gear is down for runway landing. Runway landing. Gear is down for runway landing. Runway landing. Gear is down.
Let's see you do that in a real plane. So hard to grab the knob. The houses are up on blocks. Can I get a parking assignment? Look how much bigger it is in that place. I think these cost like, I don't know, they're at least several million. I don't remember exactly how many. I want to say like 4 million. Oh, 2.3 million maybe? $2.5 million, let's call it. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I wanted to turn it off, not kill everyone. Enough with the beeping. So yeah, not bad for 10 bucks, except it blows itself up sometimes. That's part of the fun. My first flight was from Dutch Harbor. So, was it? Yeah, I think I took off Dutch Harbor and I was gonna head up somewhere over here, probably. I don't remember. I think this one, PAEN, is where I was flying to. So I got up to 25,000 feet, and then I was leaning out the engine, like this. So I was using my controller and pulling it back, and you can see it kind of goes jerky a little bit. And I tried to lean it out just a little bit too much, and then it went clunk and shut the engine off. And so I was like, oh, that's bad. So I push it back up to, I push the fuel condition lever back up, and then the engine blows up. Because apparently you can't do that. You have to like leave it off for a while if it dies. So I blew the engine up at 25,000 feet. So I'm looking around for, okay, where can I put down? And I think it was this airstrip. So I was like, about like over here or something. I wasn't too far off here, so I coasted on over to here and landed. I came in really, really steep though. It was a long runway, so it wasn't a problem, but yeah, I think it was this one. So I kind of floated down the runways away and then touched down and stopped. And then as you saw, I just blew it up trying to start it, but I'm not sure that's me. Like I don't know that I did anything wrong. I think it's just a little buggy. But maybe I did. I'll have to give it a few more tries or something. It's like I wonder how long you have to let it sit before you can restart it. And is there a hot start? Is an external power start? I don't think we have. I've never seen it be on external power, and I don't know any way to activate external power either. See, what is that looking at? External power if available. Is it possibly under here? I don't see anything. I was wondering if it was something out here. Oh, I get it now. Show the pilot. There's the pilot. Or hide the pilot. Okay. I guess that's if you want to look down and see feet. Weird. But I can't close the door. I have to go out and close the door and then cup holder. So yeah, I don't know where you would get external power from. Again. Auxiliary fuel pump on. We hear it come on. Ignition. Starter. Low motor. Oh. Okay. Watch the ITT blow up. Ignition off. Starter off. Prop level full RPM. Lights, avionics. It's like, when can I move the condition lever forward? So see, something just happened. So it's like as soon as I touch the condition lever, it dies. And it doesn't really talk about any way to do a hot start or anything. I wonder how low. I think ITT is supposed to be below the green before you start again. Let's see what happens if we switch. it's already running. And now it just killed it, so. I think I'd have to respawn. Okay. Okay, so basically it's fuel on, put this down.
Cause system test, okay.
See, I just touched it and it flicked itself off. And now it's dying. Is it going to keep running? That one's running. This just does something weird. Maybe I should like not have a condition lever mapped at all. I don't know how many times I have to go do this, but maybe I'll reverse thrust, no condition lever. Get rid of that. try that one. It bugs me I can't start the plane. Okay. Fuel on. Come on. And prop RPM to feather.
Runway landing, gear is down for runway landing. Run.
See? It did it. It just shut it off. Just because I clicked it. I can't drag it any further forward. Let's try... Maybe there's a keyboard that'll click, that'll push it up. Mixture, maybe? Increase mixture Y. Or F12. Let's try Y. There's some bug with when you push this up in a low idle the first time and you try to grab it again, it cuts it off. Well, at least we got it started. What else should we do? I'm getting pretty cooked for tonight, I think. Did you check the center of gravity and the takeoff trim? 'Cause it will have trouble taking off if you don't do both of those. C-33. That could do it. Center of gravity matters too, also. If it's a little too far forward, it can be really hard to pull up. I don't know if you loaded it at all, but I like how you set a certain weight and everything and it just ignores it. It loads it differently. But yeah, it's a pretty good balance there. Look, if I don't feel like doing it, I'll just put 5 or 6 trim in. That's a little much. You can always push forward on the stick a little. Sometimes I think it's that little line, but it isn't. That's the marker right there. So like usually it would be like 5.5, 5 3/4. You can always go a little higher. see, I'm not even pulling back on the stick. That's coming off, almost coming off the ground. Did come off the ground. Flaps too. So let's see, yeah, maybe about that with lower flaps. Yeah, those big planes you gotta be careful with. I find these big planes so hard to hand fly around. Yeah. No idea where the airport is anymore. Back that way somewhere. Bouncy, bouncy. Beasts on the ground.
1,000.
Bouncing me around.
Sink rate. 200. 1 approaching minimums. 50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
Come on, back on the runway. That's a hard landing. It's on the marketplace. It's landing rate. Well, that wasn't pretty. I would call it survivable. So I'm trying to remember how you get there, but I think it's customization, tool, landing rate. There we go. It works. It's pretty basic. I wish it had more information. Like, you know, it pops up this extra stuff like wind and air temperature and all that, and that's great, but what it needs is your heading, the runway heading, and how far down the runway you touch down. And you know, how close to the center line were you? Like those would be the stats I want to see. Yeah. Something like that. Yep, $6. And then $8 for realistic aircraft lights, $9 for better airport graphics, $6 for runway lights. And then $8 for enhanced taxiway signs. Like that's like, and all of those should be built into the game. Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff on sale though. I was thinking about getting some of these things. Especially these ones that are like 80% off. No, it isn't. I was looking at like real life plane rentals the other day. It's like $1,400 an hour. Yeeks. Yeah, I'm not sure which ones are worth getting. Someone was saying the plane lights was a good one. This one, aircraft realistic lights. I don't know though. But yeah, taxiway signs I was kind of interested in. It's by the same place that did the landing rate monitor. But from my understanding, it doesn't add any taxiway signs. It just changes the graphics on the ones that are already there. So if it's missing them, which is a lot of airports, I don't think this puts them in. That's what I'm worried about. Otherwise, I'd probably get it. Colorado Springs. I should get... I used to live in Colorado Springs. There's a go-kart. It looks like it's pretty fun. I wish it was on sale. Nothing marked 2024 is on sale though. But there's a bunch. I don't know if any of them are any good. They've got a lot on the marketplace now. I think that one's new. I didn't remember seeing this one before. And of course this one's just ridiculous at $85. And then that's it. I was kind of interested in maybe the 182 or something. But it just seems like a lot like some of the other Cessnas we already have. There's a bunch of airports. Apparently I have the Denver airport. Oh, because it comes with that. I was thinking about getting some of these other ones like Telluride. Might be a good one to get. Oh, it's on sale. Yeah. Have you flown into Telluride? That's a weird one. I mean, the airport's there even without the custom scenery version. But it's like up on the end of this cliff, and you fly in down here. Let's do a quick free flight of a... Want something maneuverable. We'll do vision. Aspen's fun too. And Aspen to Telluride. Which one? Telluride? I think this, I've never come in from this side before. And it's going to be at night too. Let's see, what do we got? Auto throttle. Nav. Like you're just throwing me into the middle of this, man. I don't know what I'm doing. I think I see a runway. Do we have some kind of approach going on here? I'm gonna pause. Visual 27, that's probably not the best. That's an interesting approach. Okay. Turn us around. So we want to be at 12, right? 11, 5, I guess. Worried about terrain here a little bit. These visual approaches are not safe. They will run you into mountains. So we got some yellow coming in here. That's a little scary. Prepared to take over if necessary. Oh, you know what else we need to probably do is get some anti-ice on. Oh, are we gonna make it? That doesn't look safe. That is not a safe approach. Do not take the visual approach. Coming down. I think I'm about to hit a mountain. Patty lights say I'm low, but my glide slope says I'm high, I think. Yeah. Just for a little extra excitement here. Now do it in a snowstorm. There's not much wind right now. To the blackness. Why does autopilot always want to kill me? Let's see, heading, no VNav. Alright, we are safely up in the air. Now let's change our procedure to be the RNAV Zulu one of these to use. That's even more confusing. Okay, ETL. So let's bring up the lights so that we can see what's going on here. Uh-oh. We're also gonna have to change. Okay, so the runway's back here behind us. We're gonna fly out to ETL here, loop around, come back in on this approach. This is missed approach. Then you on into the
vertical track.
So do you want to do it in the bad weather, or do you want to see what it looks like? Do snow. Let's go with scattered clouds. Boring part over with. It's pretty out here. Okay, so we want 13,000. Look, your final approach fixed point is at 12,900 feet. This is something I've noticed. I think it's recent. It's always keeping the plane at an angle. Like, why is this slanted? I guess it's leveled out now. I don't know, it's kind of weird. Now it's slanted the other way. Okay, so here we come. So we come down across here, cross that. Like the end of the airport is like, you know, there's this like almost cliff here, and then the airport starts across that valley. Right here. Until you get lined up on it, it's disorienting. But it is quite the scenic approach. All right, gear down. Flaps.
$500.
Uh-oh. Yeah, Aspen and Telluride are fun airports to fly back and forth between. I feel like it's at the wrong angle here. I don't know what's going on. Did they? I wonder how much the custom Telluride airport adds to this. I mean, it's pretty decent. It's got a whole thing, it's got a sign. What more do you need? My guess is it's closer to the real one, but I don't know. Look, skis. Help! That makes more sense. Oh, it's taking me to the gas station. I've still never used this thing. I need to do that one of these days. I suppose we could do it right now. We'll just go like this. Hey, don't do that. Let's see, auto throttle, heading, altitude hold. That'll work for now, right? Autopilot. Alright, emergency, activating, safe return, warnings, emergency, activating, emergency auto land, no airport found, you're dead, sorry. No airport found. Now what? I've heard that it does. We're giving it a shot. But if there's no airport found, it may not work. Did I not get far enough away from... There's the airport down there. we go. I've heard that it fails the first time. So activate it, let it fail. I hit autopilot. It does. Yeah, it does. So if you need to, this would be the caps, the parachute. I don't want to do that though. Maybe another time. I want to see it auto land. Okay, KCEZ. Erg. KCEZ. Runway 3 is 7,000 feet. I think it needs a pretty good size airport. I don't know why I wouldn't pick the other one. Maybe it has some other criteria too. Yeah, it could be. Let's see how it does in these mountains, though. I guess if you're going to smack into a mountain, you hit the parachute.
Sink rate. Sink
Press
rate.
and hold the talk button
Sink
on the
rate.
center screen to talk to air
Sink
traffic
rate.
control. See
Sink
passenger
rate.
briefing card.
Sink rate. Sink rate. Sink rate. Sink rate. Pull up. Pull up. Pull up. Pull up. Pull up. Sink rate. Sink rate. Sink rate.
I wonder where the talk button is that it's talking about. Shows it like here. But we don't have one here, which is okay. I wonder if it knows that there's a mountain there. Like, did we just get lucky, or is it missing it on purpose? So interesting. Fuel remaining 1.2 hours, miles remaining 60, descending in 10 minutes, turning in 4 minutes. I mean, maybe it'll say put the gear down, or it'll come down automatically. I'm not sure. What if you're a solo pilot though, and you pass out and there's no one to hit the button? Turning in 3 minutes, descending in 8 minutes, landing in 13 minutes. I suspect ATC wouldn't know till it's too late, though. You almost need some kind of dead man timer in the craft that it starts auto landing if you don't respond to, you know, some prompt every 5 minutes or whatever. Like, click here to delay auto land. Click here to delay auto land. Left now. It's picked an interesting route to the airport there, where there's a little zig at the end. Oop. That's a bug in my headset thing. Glitches out about right there. Goes max headroom. But I can do almost a 180 both directions. I wonder how long it'll be before the auto land gets good enough that that's the standard. Where you just get in and let it land. Okay, 8 minutes. I've been meaning to try this for so long and I keep forgetting. I'm glad I'm doing it. It's kind of fun. I wonder how it does in bad crosswind landings. Yeah.
Traffic. Traffic. 12 o'clock. Same altitude. Less than 1 mile.
What?
Vertical track.
I don't see anybody. I think there's some bugs with beta and seeing other traffic. Oh, was that you? Nice. Oh, we're slowing down. I wonder if it automatically transmits something on the ATC channel, the emergency ATC channel. Not, it should.
Traffic. Traffic. 6 o'clock. High. Less than 1 mile.
Hey there. You're in, oh, okay. There comes something. How does that work? Don't remember how to get into the group thing now. Okay, we are about to turn on final. And then I'm gonna crash, as in go to sleep. I invited you to group. Did you get my invite to group? That's very interesting. So now what can we do? And I wonder if you're hearing me twice. It says I'm broadcasting, I think, to the group. Oh, comms / something group. There it is. Testing. Gear just went down automatically. Flaps too. Excellent. Oh, it popped it up here too. Nice. I see our airport.
Traffic. 6 o'clock. High. Less than 1 mile.
Runway, landing in 3 minutes. Oh, do you have traffic on? I have all traffic shut off just to keep my frame rate higher.
$500. $500.
Throttling back. Oh. Well, I've landed harder than that. It's auto braking too. I think. I don't know. Whoa! They put on the parking brake. You're sitting outside your plane. Oh, it came down hard and slammed on the brakes. And I couldn't do anything at first. Another plane on skis. You'll let me put the... It won't let me put the flaps up. Flaps are up here, but they're down. That's a cool view. It doesn't seem to flare at all or anything. I want to see if the gear does anything in it. Yep, flexes. Apparently I'm getting credit on landing rate for those. That's cool, the gear does its thing. Funny, we get the exact same score every time. Come on, figure it out. Okay, well that was fun. Maybe next time we should do like some bush flights or something. Either up in Alaska or Indonesia somewhere or whatever. ZULS is a fun airport too. It's in kind of this valley area. And it is at almost 12,000 feet. Okay, cool. All right, well, I'll be around, but I'm gonna head out for now. Good night.